Hello, it's Friday morning, and we're back with relaxing painting. I'm trying to relax anyway. 3D printers in the back, there's 3 of them, and one of them has been acting badly, very naughty. So a couple of people are not relaxed. They're going to have to come back and try to fix that a little bit later. So hope you're relaxing. So what I'm going to be doing today is continuing what I was doing last week. The last couple of days, Monday and Wednesday, you saw Nicole painting the level 5 minifigs for Zoria and Nines. So we now have all 4 of us ready at level 5. Our minifigs are ready, and hopefully you'll be seeing those in a future episode of Dice and Dungeons, which streams on Sundays at 2. So what I'm doing today is I am taking these, which is what I worked on last Friday, where I touched up the brown and then did a wash on them to make them look woody. So I'm taking these and painting the stucco part so that they end up looking like this. I'm using a color called dark sand, and I'll probably do the corners first because these are the most annoying, and hopefully I'll be able to do that, getting the lines pretty straight like that all the way around. So we want it to look pretty good. Let's see if I can move this. There are a lot of them. Tackling those one at a time. I think there's something like 23 or whatever. So I'll be doing those. There's also some of these window pieces. I'm going to have these grids. These grids are metal, and so I'll be painting those a metallic color, and it looks like there's all sorts of little printing stream things now that show up. I'm going to clean those off before I paint that. No, but I won't do those till later. In fact, I'll probably do the stucco part of these fairly early on so that it dries before we're done. So the other thing I'm going to try to do is use these handles, because when I was working on the stucco last time, I managed to get my fingers into it. I don't know how. I wasn't touching it there, but it got on there, and then it got everywhere, and that made a huge mess. So stick it on here, and it'll stay there, and we'll go from there. Open, very carefully located it so that I knew where it was, and I would use the one that was open instead of one that is fresh. And good going. Managed to misplace it within seconds. I do have others, got a whole lot of them, but I would just as soon use the one that has already been opened rather than opening yet another one. How did I do that? I don't know. Really amazing sometimes how one can misplace things. So quickly and so easily. Looking around, it's hard to hide. It's just a little bottle like this, the dark sand on it. And it was right next to this one that says Flat Earth. Well, it'll just have to be annoying. So I'm going to mix this up And we'll use this one. Find the other one, we'll use that one. Hasn't been used before, so give it a lot of stirring. Okay, and I'm just going to use this green, and I'm going to mark the cap. I like to mark the caps of the ones that have been opened already. Keep opening fresh ones when there's already things that are open, like the one I can't find. So I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, that'll work. Trying to keep things more or less on camera. I'm going to be painting the inside, I think, first, because that's the hardest to reach. And we'll see how this goes today. That was clever. So yeah, I put the green marker all over the cap so that when I opened it, I got it all over my fingers. That was okay. Yeah, relaxing, doing relaxing painting. When I did a few of these last Friday, I was using this smaller brush to paint the edges because it gives me more control. I used a larger brush after that to fill it in. No, this handle thing, it's just not going to work. You have to be really careful. Only touch the edges. See how well I do at keeping the paint off of my fingers. But the handle doesn't let me turn it and hold it the way I like. Hi, Who. Yeah, I was waiting for you to get on before I did a flip. I'm going to finish painting this little bit here. We'll do a flip. Doesn't look like much, but get it onto the dark wood part, it really shows up. It's a much lighter paint. I think I'm going to use a smaller brush to fill in the bottom part because it's going to be really hard to reach with the bigger brush and not make a mess. So on the outside, where it's easier to reach, I'll probably leave that for the bigger brush, but on the inside here, control the paint areas. Okay, so let me do a flip real quick. Oh, nice. Paper towel in the water, so it's soaking wet. What can I flip today? I want to flip a paint cup. Flippy. We're gonna have to get a different paper towel a little bit later to do cleanup. See how nice the wood looks against the stucco color when you get the two painted like that. Clean line across. Really looks nice. This is a good color combination. Be very careful to only touch, hopefully, the parts that are painted the dark brown wood color, so that unlike last Friday, I won't be getting darker color all over the wood by sticking my fingers in. I want to paint a couple of these, just getting the outlines done on the top, like I did with, like I'm doing with this one, before I switch brushes. The bigger one to finish up the open areas. If I were better at this, I probably could just use the bigger brush altogether. I don't expect it to, and since I'm painting, all of a sudden there's anyway, wrong color paint in the wrong places, so we'll do this even though it's a little slower. The edge is done. Now I'll do the outside. These walls are printed so that you don't just see the inside of the building, you can see the outside as well. Bloody set pieces. Painted like this, they look really good when the whole set is done. Along okay. The thing about these corner pieces is that there is the equivalent of 2 full walls compared to like a wall piece. It's a double wall, and it's buried on the inside. It's harder to get to, so the corners are really kind of a pain in the butt compared to the other pieces. The only other one that's a little difficult are like the door frames, where the stucco parts are really small. Although there's not very much area, it just takes a while because you have to be really careful with it. The 2 printers that are printing, at least, that are working, are having a merry old time singing today. For some reason they've been acting up, and I think maybe because the humidity and the temperature have changed. Even though there's, a humidifier in a furnace, it doesn't change that much inside. It's changed a lot outside. Air pressure changes, temperature changes. We're going from like 76 yesterday, it was an absolutely gorgeous day, to 22 tomorrow night. Yeah, so we're going from sunny and warm to snow showers later tonight and tomorrow. Summer to winter in the span of just a day and a half. I managed to not put my fingers in paint by being attentive. Let's see if we can finish the last couple of bits this way and then move on to the next one without that kind of disaster. It was just awful. I finished, thought I was done, it was looking pretty good, and I started looking around and I saw all of these dark sand colored fingerprints all over the wood, so I had to, it's a multi-step process, so I had to touch it all up. The undercoat, and then dry enough to put the wash on it. And then you have to let things dry for a second coat, which this takes a while. So I'm just going to check to make sure I got the edges on all 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 panels. One of these, do this again. There are a lot of corners. 7 more after this one. I think I was told it was my fault that I was the one who helped design this set. Stop whining about it because, I did it to myself or something. I think I'm going to just whine about it again anyway. Sorry I'm being so quiet. There's not too much to say when you're sitting here just painting the same color in the same way over and over again. But I should spreading the paint. Here it is, spreading some more paint. Paint is going where it should. That's always good. Painting a minifig, one can go on and on about. I don't know what color to use, and I don't know if that doesn't look good, I can paint it over again. There's always things to talk about. And it's like, oh, I slipped there, and I have to repaint that. And gee, well, will this better wash or not? There's a lot of things to say, but with these set pieces, it's like, oh, here I am painting in the corner, and I'm up on the edge. And oh yes, just as a reminder, I'm using a smaller brush to do this, and after I'm done with the edges, I'll use a bigger brush to fill things in. Need to remember to squeeze out probably a little less paint because it starts to gum up. It starts to dry and it gums up on the palette here. Let's say that. So maybe after I do this one, I will get out the larger brush so that I can use the paint that's in here quickly enough before it like dries up and becomes unusable. Which makes some sense. The last time I did this, I did a corner and two straight walls, which is the equivalent of two corners, so it kind of worked out. It was just, it was like a couple of drops short of having enough paint to complete a corner and two straight walls. It'll probably be the same today. Was that the just not enough paint, especially since the bigger brush holds on to more paint than the little one does. That doesn't get a named it so far. Between last Friday and this Friday. He said, I have not yet stuck my fingers in the painted area. Even though it takes a little more time, I'm going to squeeze out less paint in the next one. And after I paint the edges on this one, I'm going to get the bigger brush out and use up what's in the palette before it gets too viscous to use. The next time I don't, gets down to the bottom of the palette, it just dries out anyway. Probably just do one corner set, at least the edges of it. I mean, I can come back and do the internal part anytime. Edges done before the paint before it stops flowing off the brush. And that's the major problem when it gets thicker like this, is that it doesn't flow off the brush as well. Nice and steady, and then just have to hold it in a different way, I guess. Yeah, so yesterday was this beautiful day. It was 76 degrees out. We went out and had lunch at the restaurant patio. Just a little bit of a breeze and all of that. Oh, okay, well, I was doing pretty well. And we came home, and because we're going to have basically low 20s, I mean, really cold at night coming up starting tomorrow night. Drained all the hoses, the filler to the little fish pond that we've got. Backyard hose and things, just drained all of those because they are going to definitely freeze. The highs are only going to be in the mid 30s, so get 3 or 4 days of that. Beautiful day, basically winterizing everything. But big cold front coming through. We're going to have snow. 50% chance of snow Saturday and Sunday. Fortunately, Alexis, who was very nice about this, managed to get all the leaves picked up. There's a lot of leaves. We live in the forest. Got those picked up. Otherwise, they would have been covered with ice and snow, and that's happened before, especially when I was working full-time and couldn't get out. You have a beautiful day, and then daylight savings time goes away, and it gets dark before you get home. Get the leaves picked up, but you can't get them done, and then you get snow. So one year it actually happened that way, and it kept snowing. They just had to sit there until spring. That was a messy year. Okay. So I got the edges on this one done, and the paint is getting pretty viscous. Up the larger brush and use up as much of this paint as I can, filling in rest of this. That goes much faster with a bigger brush. You can see the color difference there. Like with most colors, it gets darker as it dries. And that's true of this as well. Lower panels, I have to be a little more careful because the brush is almost as wide as the panel. And I don't want to be getting paint all over the wood. Still faster than doing it with the little brush. All 8. Somewhere. And given how it's behaving, looks like there's just enough now gummed up yet paint to finish this. The other thing, when you get more paint in there, I've got this nice little ring there where it's dried. Don't waste too much paint. Kind of annoying. So what I'm going to do on that is smoky ink. This is the one that's open. Just going to get a little brush, tiny little brush here. And you're going to see it. Yeah, there it is. It's up in the top. Is I'm just going to take a little bit of this wash, the littlest, tiniest little bit of it. definitely a lot richer. Tiny bristle on it, but it's way too long, so I couldn't control it. Two of those that are done. I can let them stick together. Clean these brushes off. Okay, just 7 more of those. So I'm going to try to squeeze out enough paint to do 1. Let's see how that goes. Squeeze out more. But it's hard to squeeze out, put it back on you. Bottom stucco panels. We used to do these. We made these kind of wooden sets a lot. Use them for warehouses and taverns. experimented with different colors. We did one just to try it. It was stucco. It was a dark green color. And I thought that worked really well for a tavern, but we're trying to let these be a little more generic because you want to be able to mix and match sets. So you might want to have like a little shed. So you'd use just a few of these, but then you might want to have like a giant warehouse with a couple of internal rooms, and you want all the pieces to match. Yeah, and not just have some like green and some light tan and some blue or anything like that. So we tested a whole bunch of different colors, and this combination ended up looking the best for multiple uses. So if anybody ever wanted one of these sets and you didn't want to paint it yourself, this is the color combination that would be available. I have a big screen up, so I can't read what you're saying. Let me put my glasses on here. I'm off camera. Can happen. I'm going to move the camera that way. There we go. It'll make it more likely that I will be on camera. Attempted actually getting paint on the model. I wasn't looking up. Here, this is better. Well, let's see. Talked about painting, which is what I'm doing. Talked about the weather. Talk about the weather somewhere. I always talk about the weather. So yeah, we're going to get snow this weekend. It'll be kind of a wet, slushy snow probably, depending on when. When the temperature gets below 25, and it could be that cold, then you start to get really decent flakes. It's less like sleet and it's more like fluffy snow. Depending on when it snows and what the temperature is, it might actually be pretty. And what it does is we have an oak white pine forest, and the snow stick to the white pines, and it looks just, as they say, just like a Christmas card when you get snow just coating the edges of the needles on the pine tree. So depending on whether this is kind of a gray, yucky, sleety snow, really flaky snow, it could just be really gorgeous out. And the nice thing about it is that for the most part, you get to be inside looking at it instead of being out in it. I'd say for the most part, because we now have 2 puppies. They're like 4.5 months old, mostly very reliably housebroken. But that means taking them out. Somebody's going to be really lucky and get to walk around in the snow. Wow, that was bad. Huh. Even know where that came from. Yeah, so we get to walk around in the snow, maybe in the slushy snow. Maybe it'll be like just little bits of it. That would be nice if it just, stayed on the soles of your shoes. But it might be. Well, anyway, we'll see. It'll be the first snow that these pups have ever seen. And so we don't know what will happen. One of them is really pretty cautious. It wouldn't surprise me if she just decided, I'm not even going to step in this stuff. It's cold and it's wet and it's weird. It feels and looks weird. I don't want to get my paws in that. And that could be a challenge. Or they might just love it and decide that the most fun thing to do would be to even roll around in it or something. Anyway, we'll be finding out in about a day and a half. We're going to react to that. But these might be some of the fastest doggy bathroom breaks ever, or we might not ever be able to get them inside out of the snow. Be interesting to see how that happens. But I'm hoping that what we get is just a light snow, that because the ground will be kind of warm, will melt nicely on the driveway and paths. And just damp layer like a little bit of a sprinkle of the rain, but it will make the trees look gorgeous. Anyway, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that the dogs are okay with it. Other one, the outlining. Tune in on Monday. Tune in the stream. If you join us on Monday for relaxing painting, I will, depending on how far I get on this, will still be doing this, or I will be doing accent bricks on our own dungeon set. I can fill you in on the snow. You know, talk about the weather there. Was the snow nice? Was the snow crappy? Dogs like it. They freaked out by it. Did we lose 3 months of housebreak training because of the weather? Did they love it? It's a reason for you to join us on Monday. You can find out what happened in the snow. You can see this. It's almost the same color there. That's actually the primer. The primer is dark sand as well. So the primer is very, very close to the color that we're actually painting it. But you can't be confused about it because of the ragged edges. So it's pretty easy to tell what's been painted and what hasn't. The thing about doing this last, well, let's just say this. When we first started doing these sets, I like to do the stucco first and then paint the wood up to it because it has this nice raised edge and it was really easy to get a clean edge. This is a little bit harder doing it this way, but given that we wanted to move these along fairly quickly, it is much faster, as you can see by all the brown on the stucco part, to get the base coat of the wood on with a nice big brush. I mean, just get it on really quickly. And actually with the wash, it worked really well because wash is kind of thin, and it was just much nicer to be able to rub the wash on a big brush. I'd have to worry about getting it all over the stucco, which would have required a fair amount of touch-up. usually working pretty well. In either case, one would be dealing with having to be careful about the boundaries between one color and the other, as is almost always the case. But you want a nice clean line between one color and the other, that's where the care needs to be taken. Using a smaller brush, to get the boundary line done, and later I'll fill it in with a larger brush, which makes it go much quickly. The only exception to that is to the inside part there that I do with the smaller brush, because it's really hard to reach with the larger brush without getting it slopped all over everything. Well, that was a slip. It slipped in my hand and the brush should. Did this last Friday. I kept getting my fingers in the lighter colored paint here and then spread it all over the wood. I tried using the holder thing that we use especially for minifigs, but it just didn't give me the angles that I needed to be able to do this. So we're trying to be careful and not get our fingers into the painted areas. And so far, I've only gotten into it a little bit there somehow. I'm not even sure how I am. It's starting to gum up a little bit. There isn't that much of it left this time because I squeezed out a little less. So I'm just going to use it up with the small brush and finish this one, and then actually start on another one rather than getting the big brush out, because there isn't enough there really to get very far filling in. With the larger brush, it would just pretty much just fill the brush and that would be the end of it. get much more than one of these large panels, for example. I'm gonna grab another one of these corners. The paint is kind of gummy, so I'm actually just going to do the outside with this one rather than try to paint the inside. This is just easier to get to, and the paint is not as easily controlled right now, but it's working okay on here. Just want to use it up so it's usable. And here, see that little white spot? That was a spot that never got painted or washed. It looks almost like the stucco paint got on it, but it just it's not what happened. So before I squeeze out more stucco paint, like I did with one other little piece of touch-up before, I'm just going to get a little bit of the smoky ink wash and wash that over. I think I'll just enough paint maybe to finish this one panel, the edges, and then whatever's left in there is too small and too dry to be usable, so just barely enough for that. There, I'm going to grab this other brush, ink out again. Tip of the brush. I try to capture this spot that never got covered in a base coat or the ink. Okay. Dried off and cleaned off a little bit. And continue on. Okay. The paint is fresh, so go on the inside of this one. Inside lower panels are the ones that I finish off with a smaller brush. One. These are coming along here. Get one side. Remnants of the paint from the last one. About the weather again. What else is there, right? We'll be having our first snowfall. We've got a 70% chance of it at least this weekend. That means it's cocoa season. Up until now, it has been cider season. As soon as the leaves start to fall, it's cider season, but when the snow falls, it's cocoa season. So I'm looking forward to that. Nikki makes really good hot cocoa. We use cocoa from Penzeys Spices. I will make a plug for Penzeys. They have like the best spices that you can buy. They're really fresh and fragrant and flavorful. Sometimes you buy them, and they've been sitting on the grocery shelf for a long time and they're kind of oxidized and they've lost their zing, but these are always fresh. I'm going to continue just painting the edges, and after I get a bunch of these done, probably when I finish all the corners, I'll get the bigger brush out and do the filling in just in one big batch of infiniteness. Use bottom inside panels, so the exception to using the bigger brush to do the fill in, because it's just brush is just about as wide as the lower panel and it's way too easy if there's a little slip to just make a mess of it. So just for these lower inside panels, use an ivory paint for these panels, which is much lighter. It was more like this color. It didn't cover as well. I'm really kind of pleased with this dark sand because there's areas that are, as you can see in this corner, for example, along the bottom, But there was a whole lot of base coat and wash on the stucco part, and this covers it up really pretty well. The ivory, it would have shown through a little bit. About a half hour before the break. We'll see how far along we could get here. One would think as when further along, I go a little faster because when it's practiced, but it isn't necessarily true when one is the over 70 demographic. The hand steadiness doesn't necessarily hold up as well as it might want. We're surprisingly staying on camera. It's kind of a nice thing. It doesn't always happen. Especially with minifigs, when you're trying to twist and turn it all around to get tiny little spots. Very frequently I am talking about when I'm painting that you can't see because I'm folding it in a place that's off camera. These, it's a little more uniform. You can kind of keep it in one spot and move the work around to the spot rather than moving it around a lot. The one line of paint is pretty much like the other. I'm getting these corners done first. If I can get through the corners, actually, the rest of it, even though there's quite a few tiles, will probably take less time because there's less stucco surface. I'm done with these. The corners, I'm going to do the windows. There's not much stucco on them, just the lower panel. But I want to do those and make sure they're dry so that I can do the window frames later. The little lattice work, metallic colored frames that would be holding the windows. This one is getting closer to being done. Like cliches. Closer to being done than when we started, which is a good thing. It would be really very kind of distressing to be further from being done than when we started. Quite sure how that would happen unless you got like into a backward time warp or something, or unless what happened was while you were painting these, somebody else was painting the base coat and the smoky ink on others, and you did about 10 of these, and then you looked up and say that, oh look, somebody else just brought another 10 in, 12. So I guess it could be possible to be further from being done than when one started if there was a spirit or bringing other raw material in, like painting. These sets are done, and there's 2 sets involved here, I'm pretty sure. Which ones they are exactly. 2 different sets that use the same sort of blocks. I'm going to be working on cut stone, which is just a very different look. So instead of painting stucco inside of wooden frames, what we're going to be doing is painting accent bricks. Like the base bricks are all like kind of bluish black color, and then get some brown ones just kind of mixed in. This is going. I think I'm going to get to that today. It might go more quickly in a little while. We'll see. Got 3 more of these corners to go. Doing so well, not touching the stucco paint, but there it is. Okay, I keep touching it over and over and over again. Congratulating myself on not having put my fingers into it. There's still some paint left in here. And like I did last time, I'm just going to use it on the outside. Squeeze out some fresh paint to work on the inside ones. Thicker, this paint is older, it's been in the palette for a while. Doesn't flow quite as well, recover quite as well. Doesn't come off the brush as well. It's freshly squeezed paint. Use it up on the outside. scooping up what was left in there that's usable. Just see. I like to do that because it's a really good chance that if there's like one little side left, I will forget about it and then it won't be done. Barely enough to get this done. In here, but there's some spots, just like the ones we run into before, that just never really quite got painted. So I'm going to use the wash again. Let's see what bits of the wash. It won't show very much. It'll blend in, and I can just do the tiny bits of touch up that's necessary. Okay, so this one's not done. Again, so they don't get too gummy. Paint out and continue on our way. On a little bit. So the paint runs down toward the tip of the thing there. Spot. So, just like a ketchup bottle or something. Yeah. You can squeeze it out. So after a couple more of these, as the paint begin to use up the paint in the bottle, we want it to all run down toward the tip of the bottle. You don't just waste it because it just clings to like the sides of the bottle. Relatively soon, I will probably be getting like an alligator clip and throwing it like that. The paint just keeps running down toward the tip of the bottle instead of building up on the sides and the bottom. We've done that with some of the other paints. You know, it feels like the bottle's empty, you squeeze it, nothing comes out, and then you put it point down for a day, and there's actually still quite a bit of paint in there. You just needed to put it down until it squeezes out. It does make it harder to mix it though, so hopefully, you know, the pigment is well distributed in the solvent at that point, with whatever's little left in the bottle. This wood really turned out well. In some of the earlier sets, the base coat was a darker brown, and then we bought like a set of 10 different colors once. This thing called Smoky Ink was in it, and it's brown. So instead of using kind of a reddish brown with a umber wash or a dark brown wash, decided to experiment. So we got out the 4 different browns that we had, and the 3 different washes, all the combinations of base coat and wash, and this Smoky Ink has got, it's just got this little bit of red in it. Just especially against this lighter base coat, this is like one of the lightest brown colors that we've got. Just said, wow, that just really looks like very nice rich wood. It picks up the grain in print really well. That was kind of a happy accident. We wouldn't have bought it or tried it otherwise. But sometimes, let's get a little pleasant surprise. See that size, the one I did. So it's here. Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of these now because I'm painting the stucco in, but came out nicely. It's pretty easy to do. It's easier than dry brushing, which is a technique that's frequently used to do this kind of thing. Because then you can get the base coat on pretty quickly, make sure everything's covered in the brown, and then get the wash on. The only thing you really need to be careful about is to make sure that you catch all of the surfaces. You don't want to leave one unwashed. And get it on fairly evenly so that it's uniform. But the nice thing about it is that you end up with a huge collection of dungeon tiles like this, and really good, and they're pretty interchangeable. You get kind of a uniformity fairly easily, which is a nice thing, especially if you want to mix and match pieces from different sets. Really hard to get that with the other color combinations that we were trying. Doing here is, except for the lower panels on the inside, is I'm just painting the boundary line between the wood and the stucco. After I get a bunch of these done, probably all the corners and window pieces, I'll get out a bigger brush and fill in all the areas. Right, actually what I might do is do the boundaries on all of the tiles and then paint them all in later. So that one's done. On. Got paint on it last Friday. Just picking them up and putting them away. But I put some of the wash like I did with the other pieces. Too much further. To catch them, fix them as I catch them, otherwise I'll forget about them. Or maybe not be able to find it again. Pretty obvious finger mark when I get paint all over my hands last Friday. Watching where I was touching. use this brush rather than the brush to do the touch-up. There's just so much of it. And it would require a fair amount of wash, and a lot of it's on the edges like this. I don't have to worry too much about getting it on other surfaces. Looks like it was just rubbed off, maybe. Kind of weird, but fixable. My eyes are actually focusing on the paint surface last Friday. I don't know whether it was allergies or what, but maybe it was just because of what I was doing. It was just hard to focus. But today's not too bad. One thing I keep promising to do, and then I never remember to do it, is to get a set of magnifying glasses, magnifying overlay for glasses, especially for minifigs. Sometimes the detail is really hard to see unless the light is just right. Oh well. Set this one aside because it needs a bunch of ground touch-up. Put it here. Say, why did I put it there? And then eventually I will remember. Good grief. Bad, even worse there. Touched something somewhere. I've been doing pretty well, but you know what, then okay. Yeah, I'll use up the last of this paint doing the outside like I have in the past of this last corner. I don't really understand. I've been doing really quite well. And then all of a sudden I got paint on like 3 fingers. Annoying. It just stopped paying attention. finish. It's been the case every time. Clear them out again, squeeze out some more paint, finish this up, and continue with more tiles. Yeah, there isn't much to talk about. You know, it's not like with a minifig, it's, oh, what color should I look? Use for this, and will this wash look good? And I don't know, let's try this. We can always paint it over. This is a little less, let's just say it's monotonous. Talk about the weather. Talked about the puppies. We could talk more about the puppies. We have 2 poodles, 4.5 months old. We took them out to lunch yesterday, eating on the patio of one of the local restaurants because it was a beautiful day. And they said, well, let's see what happens if we take the dogs. And actually they were really pretty good. Needed to hold on to them because they wanted to go explore. Everything is new to them. They wanted to explore. They wanted to greet all of the other diners who were actually very friendly. Some of them wanted to meet the dogs because they're very cute. The poodles are very cute. One of them is just a party poodle. It looks almost like a Dalmatian, white with black spots, which is really pretty cool looking. And she tends to be pretty well behaved. The other one is black. It's a very glossy, curly coat, and so she's very pretty. She's the quieter of the 2. Likes to sleep in. Go a little wild sometimes, gets his zoomies as we call him. But then we'll lay down and fall asleep for a while. Rosalie. Alice is the party poodle. Well, they're both party poodles, but Alice is the Dalmatian looking one. She tends to be much more alert. Nikki and Alexis are calling her the watchdog. She'll respond to people and sounds and things. She just doesn't get too excited. They don't get a big barking fit or out of control or anything, but she's alert to them. Things, changes in the environment, I guess I'll call it. Sometimes we'll just say, well, it depends. If I'm in a sleeping mood, I really don't care. We took them out to lunch. It was a good lunch. They behaved actually pretty well, but it was not very relaxing for Alexis and Nikki because they had to hold Delicious tightly the entire time and had to eat one-handed and be constantly vigilant to potential attempted breakaway by the dogs, which would have been that would have been unfortunate. So anyway, it was a good experience. The dogs learned that they can be around a whole lot of people without having to We'll greet them all or get excited about it. So we're hoping that they learn that habit. And we want them to be cautious and gentle greeters, not extremely assertive greeters. There, Rosie kind of just settled down and took a little nap. Ellis needed constant reinforcement to just stay still. Getting Cheerios as treats. At one point, one rolled under the chair next to us, and she would just not forget it. So for the next 15 minutes, she was spending huge, just trying to pull away to get this Cheerio that had fallen just out of her reach. Didn't matter how many other Cheerios she got. Didn't matter, she just wanted that one. Never did get it. Anyway, that was an interesting experience. I would I would have I was a little concerned that maybe we would have had a situation where we would either try to sit down and we never even get to the table because there would be dogs out of control, or that we'd sit down and get order our food and then have to leave because they got out of control. But they behaved themselves fairly well, considering how young they are and that they'd never had that experience before. They're a long way from just being able to, attach the leash to one of the chairs and let them lay there or sit quietly while we eat. But as an experiment, it was okay. The next big task as they get older is to be doing a bunch of leash training. Walking by your side without pulling on the leash. That's a little hard right now because for them, everything is new. Every smell, every sound, every movement is a brand new experience, and they want to find out what it is. They want to explore. Take a walk of any distance at all and expect them to be quietly by your side. Heel is not a concept yet. But probably after the first of the year, I'm going to take puppy training 201, intermediate puppy training. It's on that. Be wanting to take a walk when it's like 10 below zero and windy. That'll be really great. And this one that need to be touched up as well. Not as bad as the other one, but you paint the panels on these little window guys. You can see there's just a lot of threads that need to be cleared out before I paint the metallic part of that. Get to that all in due time. This is like an inside corner. It's a little easy to get to because it's not a corner, but it's the same sort of thing where it's kind of hard to reach. So both the inside and the outside, I'm just going to paint with the small brush to make sure it's covered. Yeah, it must be getting close to time for a break because I'm starting to make little mistakes like that. I want to finish these windows, and if there's any paint left in that well, I'll start on a couple of other little pieces. And when that's done, I'm going to take a break. Just to pause to refocus. Probably do the touch-up on those before that, because I don't want to leave that undone. looking at these windows, the mullions, and there's just so many little printing strings on them. It's going to take a good amount of cleanup before I can paint those, so that might be a whole nother thing. Okay, so we got 2 of these window things done. Got 1 more. Should be enough paint for that. If there's any little paint left over, I'll work on like a door frame or something maybe, or just a wall and just use up what I've got. Yeah, good grief. Let's get to it quickly. Be careful with the brush. Yeah, so I'm going to finish up whatever is left of the paint here, because I'm constantly, every single brush stroke is getting to be a problem. Do some touch up with the ink on those 2 pieces that are messy, really very messy. Take a little break. Every 3rd brush stroke is making a mess right now. It's really pretty impressive how I am doing that. You guys can help. You guys can watch and chat. Hi, Tavern. Thanks for joining in. So what we're doing here is painting dungeon tiles. This is for a tavern, warehouse, thieves guild kind of thing. Wood and stucco. There. So the wood grain has come out really nicely. Brown base coat with a smoky ink wash. That turned out to be very pretty. And now I'm painting in the stucco inserts basically outlining the areas where there's a line, you know, where the two colors meet. These are going to be windows. The window mullions have a lot of little threads from the printing that need to be cleaned out, and then I'll paint those a metallic color. Finished tiles look like this, really nicely. Oh, look, I found that there's another window. One is lurking over here. I don't have enough paint to finish this one. I'll just do start working on the outside and then come finish the inside later. I wanted to get these window ones done kind of early on because I want the stucco paint to dry before I start messing around cleaning up the mullions. Looks like I'll have just enough paint to do this, at least the edges of this outside panel here. With the next batch. I'm going to be taking a break soon because I have been messing up. Getting brush in places I don't want it. But before I do that, I'm going to clean off this brush and do some touch-up on some of these tiles that I either touched them wrong or they didn't get coated right or something. So I'm using this smoky ink color, which is the wash that I've used. And I'm just going to, rather than replacing the base coat, paint, I'm just going to use the wash spot. Messy. I don't know what happened to the spots all over the place. I think what happened is that when I was painting on Friday, I got my fingers into the stucco color and managed to spread it around. Other spots look like what happened was that they got rubbed off. This is working on like 90% of it. Good. And catch the ones that are obvious. Like there's one here. Yeah, it looks like it just. least I can use the wash to just like make it darker and kind of disappear. Need to do is get the base coat in and touch up the base coat and then come back with the I got a whole lot more of this out than I needed. Look around and see if there's any other obvious places. But I'm just touching up a couple spots. Okay, I'll cap this up. Yeah, these look pretty decent, don't they? Really happy with this. This is a flat earth base coat, and we got this smoky ink stuff that really makes the wood pop. It's really nice. And then using a little darker color than we had in the past for the stucco. And I think that works well with the darker colored wood. So I've got a whole lot of these. I mean, these are all the corners I just did, at least the edges of them. And there's a bunch more. So after break, I'm going to be coming back and continuing to paint stucco. What I'm doing is essentially using the smaller brush and just outlining the edges where the stucco meets the wood, and then I'll fill this all in real quickly with a larger brush. I'm going to take a short break and figure out why I kept sticking my fingers in the paint and why the brush kept slipping. Thanks, yeah, they look really cool. And of course, these are the magnetic ones like we've always been using, where they snap together and they hold. You can configure them nicely. You've seen this before, but it's it's pretty cool. Anyway, this is a very large bunch of Tavern tiles. I really need to take a quick break. I'll be back and we'll be painting more stucco. I'm finishing these up today, and then maybe I'll move on to some cut stone after that. So we'll see you in just like a short break, 10 minutes or so. Okay. Well, let's see how we can do here. Thanks for sticking around, those of you who stuck around. And what we're going to be doing, yeah, nines ended up looking really good, as did Zoria. I don't know if you caught that one. And we now have a complete set of level 5 figures for our campaign, which is pretty nice. So I couldn't find the paper towels, so I'll use this instead. Hopefully it won't fall apart too much. And what I'm going to do now is finish up this window, and then finish outlining and filling in all the rest of these tiles. Starting to be near the end of this bottle. What I'm going to do is what I've done with others. I'll show you how this works. See, grab it with an alligator clip, point down, and the paint becomes available because it oh, let's see if I can keep my hand steady here. Finish these up. Finish that one. Looks like I'm a little short of paint in your hand. With these, I'm just using a small brush to fill it all in because there's not enough of it to bother with a larger brush later. Yeah, these window mullions are going to take a lot of cleaning. I'm going to have to dig out the X-Acto knife for that. But they look really good when they're painted metallic. The next couple of relaxing painting streams, we're going to be working on these dungeon tile sets. So when I'm done with this one, probably today, I'll finish up, I'm guessing. I should be able to finish up during this stream. I'm going to be working on some cut stone. And depending on how this all goes today, we might even be able to get started on some of that. Yeah, today. We'll see. So far, painting for like almost 3 minutes here. Haven't messed up yet, so that break helped a little bit with brush control. Yeah, these 4 windows, I'm just going to put way on the side here, off screen, because those are going to require a fair amount of work. Got a whole bunch of these straight walls now. I think I'll just do those. Quickly, 8 of these, they're just a single wall. Just need to do the same thing. I'm going to paint even though it's not a corner, I'm going to paint in the bottom one completely with the small brush, because this portrait brush just barely fits in this area. Take a few extra seconds to do that. And then I'm going to just continue with the outlining with the other sections of stucco. Do the filling in with all of them all at one time. So my major things, two things I'm trying to do here. One is keep the brush where I want it. And the other is not stick my fingers in the wet paint. Near the end, before I took a break, I was feeling at both of those. I kept bumping the brush up against the wood parts, and I managed to get my fingers somehow in the wet paint and spread it around. So sometimes you just need to say, this isn't going that well, I need to stop and restart. So there, that looks pretty decent. You really can't, this is unfortunate with these trifocals. Oh, the best bard. Yeah, of course he's the best bard. He's our only bard. Certainly better than the voice, though. It's a sucky bard. Terrible taste in just about everything. Terrible taste in clothing. Terrible taste in companions. Terrible taste in alcohol. Whereas Nines started out pretty ragged, but now has a fine suit of clothes. This, as you saw on his model, level 5 minifig. And someday might even get his loot back, his family heirloom loot. We're going to plug along here. Let's just say today, complain about the weather. I can't complain about the weather. Air pressure change. And just say that whatever came through yesterday was absolutely beautiful. We had like 75, 76 degrees, a little bit of breeze, a lot of sun. Got to have lunch on a patio of a restaurant, but it did bring allergens in. The allergens are really nasty. Up from the south, things are still growing, I guess. Late season pollen. But that's going to end with a vengeance starting tonight. Huge cold fronts coming through. We are going to have snow over the weekend. So we're going to go from 76 to 22 in the span of about 48 hours. 22 will be the low. I think the highs are going to be all of like 35 or something, 36. I could say we would have frost on the pumpkin, but the Halloween pumpkins are gone. Composted. Thanks to Alexis who composted them. That was good. Guess we could say there'll be frost on the pumpkin fragments in the compost heap. Okay, so that's one edge. Go. So after these single balls, we've got curved walls and 2 double and 2 single doorways. And the doorways don't have much stucco, but they're tiny little areas that mention because there's little spots that need to be painted. So because of that, it's like painting a minifig detail almost. Put the light in to make sure it stays on again. Yeah, so it was a beautiful day. It was like 76 out. We had lunch on the restaurant patio, and then came home and winterized the yard, drained the hoses and everything, because it's going to get so cold that if there's any water in the hoses, it would freeze immediately and expand and rupture the hose, and potentially even one year we had that happen, actually twice, is the water expanded inside the house, and when we turned the water on in the spring, plumber come in and replace a whole bunch of piping and some valves. Well, we learned the importance of draining trees. Drained water lines yesterday afternoon, which seemed kind of silly because it was in the 70s, but unstable. We went from unseasonably warm now to what will be actually unseasonably cold. Usually we don't have a cold snap this cold this early in the year. It's kind of thing we get more like in January. Anyway, yeah, quiet day today. Kind of boring painting. Can't talk about color selection. Can't talk about whether to wash or not. Can't talk about how if it doesn't work, just repaint it. Although it does hold somewhat here, don't have to mess up too bad. And I haven't yet, but I did Friday of last week. You can always repaint it. So far, I've only messed up slightly by getting paint where it shouldn't. That squeeze of paint. Steady, but wasting my time trying to get it out of there either when there isn't any. So just paint this little bit here. Wipe off the brush. And squeeze a little more out. And the brush in between and it gets gummed up in there. Get out of here. We'll just go back and I don't think they'll make a mess of this. I'm going to reuse some of the old wells that I used before. I was kind of avoiding that initially because I just didn't want to get like globs of half-dried paint out. So I think that's been dry long enough that it shouldn't cause a problem. We will find out. Hopefully that will be the case. There's two of those. These down. This is a cool piece. This has a trapdoor in it. There's actually a cover that goes over that, and it opens up. So that's yeah, goes down into your cellar or your secret lair or alligator trap. Whatever it is that you want. Yeah, it's pretty cool to have that in the floor and to have it be operable. Be just what a challenge it causes painting. Probably not too much. Just to get the brush behind it. The same sort of slight little bit of a challenge that you get with getting it down on the floor. It'll look okay. What I have been planning to do, and I'll do that a little later, is paint the inside of that matte black. The unlit passageway down below the floor. One of those little detail things that I'll get to a bit later. All of this done, if at all possible, yet today. Played with a whole lot of different color combinations of base coats and washes, comparing one to the other. Finally came up with this combination, thinking stuff that was darker than one we've used before. We used ivory, and sometimes we wash the ivory to make it look like worn out and dirty, but not every. We decided against that for like production, because not everybody wants everything to look open. This is more versatile. The combination of this darker stucco color against the kind of reddish wood that we get with the smoky ink, I think it turned out looks really nice. And the colors, when we've shown it on camera, the colors show up pretty well too. And that's an important thing, at least for us. So getting these edges is the most time-consuming part of this entire model set. As you can see, we were not terribly careful with the base coat or the wash, so that actually went really pretty quickly. This will need to take a little more care, at least around the lines here. And then filling it in will go quickly. Filling in. It's too bad. I think we'll get all of these walls done during one stream, which is pretty decent. Need to make my clock fall back though. I think I sprung forward until you're like 2/3 of the way through daylight savings time. I'll have the same issue with falling back probably. On the ball, step stool, and the step stool is never quite where I need it when I need it. I need to get up higher, and you don't really feel like it's a good thing to use the stool I'm sitting on because it's very stable. Falling down is a very good thing to do. If I remember, I'll put it on my to-do list, is to have this clock fall down. Oh, I just need to remember to go until 3 o'clock, not till 2, because it's already in that clock at least. 2. That for pointless babbling, huh? Filling the time with noting that the clock is wrong. There was one. But the clock hadn't fallen back. Remember that. He's like, oh no, I'm going over. And then it turned out that not only did I not go over, but I ended like 45 minutes early. Because I had forgotten not only to set the clock back, but forgotten that I had forgotten to set the clock back. It's 20 after 2, and it's 20 after 1, and everybody's going, oh, why did you end early? What's up with that? Oh, no, I went over. I had a good guffaw about how I had no orientation to space and time. But today, I am oriented to space and time because I know that the clock is wrong. And all I need to do is remember that for the next 45 minutes or so. Eight. Again, for most of these panels, I'm just doing the outline, where the stucco touches the wood. But for these inside bottom panels, painting them in because they're hard to reach with the bigger brush, and having done it once, and spot onto the wood areas, and then this was a mess that needs to be touched up. Up for a little bit, almost in a mess there. Unfortunately, I did get a mess there. Thought I missed the corner and caught that, but I just caught the corner, and I was able to wipe it off quickly enough that I could have avoided the touch-up thing. Anyway, I just started rushing a little bit because I was feeling a little overconfident, and that is what leads to save like 15 seconds because you're moving faster. You end up spending a minute and a half fixing the thing that happened as a result. Not a good trade-off. Do this today. Need to do need to drop some frames off at the optometrist to have some new glasses made, and the new glasses still won't let me focus well enough up close to wear them while I'm doing this, mainly because they're progressive trifocals, and in order to look close up I have to go like this, and then I can't see what I'm doing. But they will help some with distant vision and mid-range, which is good. Those are do one last purge of the hose out in front before the cold weather really hits. Before the snow starts, I don't want to be doing it in the sleet. You need to make a phone call to the tire repair place, see why we haven't heard anything this week. How long it's going to take. There was a car hit a deer almost 2 weeks ago. Messed up the fender and the bumper, bent the door a little bit. So there's like 6 or 7 headlight busted. So there's like 6 or 7 parts, including the fender and the headlight and the bumper and a bunch of trim that needed to be replaced. Parts are available, so that's good. It said that once they got the parts in it, half a day of putting all the pieces together, and then they have to paint. And then that sits for a day. Anyway, hopefully we'll have it back in a couple weeks. Just about enough to finish this one. Getting closer to finishing. Gator clip thing seems to be working pretty well because we're getting pretty good paint coming out of there. And that's 3 more of these walls. On to something different. Not necessarily easier, but at least not the same thing over and over again. Other stuff in my to-do list. Oh yeah. There's this little display case that I use when we go on vacations. Sometimes if it's an interesting place, I'll pick up like little rocks. You can see the stone and rocks like in Iceland. We got some interesting lava bits from this lava field we walked down. We were there just like a month after the eruption had ended. The lava field was still really quite warm. If you got in the wrong places, you could actually burn yourself pretty badly because it was hot underneath. But it was interesting. There was some like rainbow colors in the lava. Them were sulfur coated, so they were red and yellow. Anyway, it was pretty cool. So I got a bunch of those. We were at the place where the mid-ocean rift opens. Dingavar, that's the name of it. So I got some little bits of lava rock. Good stuff. They have a geyser field. So I was able to get some geyserite. Anyway, we did that. So we took another trip. And I got some little souvenirs like that. Cave stone, Strasbourg Cathedral. Anyway. Need to get them off of my desk and into the display case because they're just sitting there taking up room right now. do that is the rubber cement, and I'm going to grab that right now. Hopefully it's still working. There to hold those things in place. Berlin, visiting my son and daughter-in-law, and the thing that's there is that there are just beer bottle caps everywhere on the street. Well, that symbolizes Berlin. Yeah, basically. Present Berlin in the display case. Anyway, yeah. So it's something I can do yet this afternoon, maybe. Would get the stuff off of my desk and into where it should be. I'm moving along pretty well. I should be able to get these done. I might not be able to get the windows done, the mullions cleaned up and painted, but I'll be able to get these done. Get the stucco painted yet on this stream. At least at the pace at which I'm going, barring any major disaster along the way. Right, and I'm going to see what you have to say. Yeah, it is like a small factory, actually. There are 3 printers there, all producing various and sundry dungeon tiles. Well, 2 of the 3. One of them decided to misbehave this morning. It made Alexis very grumpy. Apparently, it had something like fill in them. Got a kink in it, or the size variation was too big or something, and it jammed up in the tube that it flows through, I guess. Anyway, the piece of the printer needs to be replaced, so that means taking it apart and putting it back together and then readjusting everything, which is a real pain in the butt to get it operational again. So what we're working on is trying to produce a bunch of these tiles, sets of tiles, because we'd like to actually open a store. I think we've talked about that in the past, and make them available for sale. They are much cooler than anything else on the market. It's not just that they look really nice, but they've got this, magnetic feature that you don't get on anything else. You don't need any kind of special platform or anything. They stick to each other, so you can put your dungeons together and rearrange them very, very easily, and they hold. So there's some dungeon sets like a Tavern necromancy lair be available, but also just sort of generic groupings of tiles that can be used at the discretion of the purchaser to make anything they want. Come in groups, large and small groups. Decide not to be careful. Meet up. Base. So they're really chugging along as we're trying to put together sets, significant sets. For the most part, we're just going to make them available primed. The primer is that color, that kind of beige kind of color. Because, that's really quick. All we need to do to make them available that way, is to get them printed, put the magnets in the bases, attach the bases, and prime them. And as you can see, if you want them hand painted, it takes a little bit more time. Anyway, that's the next big push, besides trying to get people to watch our streams, is to get into the already somewhat saturated dungeon tile market, but hopefully with a product that is understood to be, truly premium in both the way it looks and in the way it can be used. We're kind of looking forward to seeing how that goes. Might be spending a lot more time painting dungeon tile sets. One thing we might even consider doing is, if someone wanted a painted set, is they could actually watch it being painted on the stream. You can even do custom colors. Like if someone wanted the stucco on their set to be blue, to do a special order, we could make it blue. If they wanted the wood to be blonde, really light wood instead of the dark wood. Anyway, we'll be able to do custom orders as well, as long as people are patient enough to understand that it takes some time to do these things. We don't have a factory in a third world country where people are getting paid 12 cents a day to do this. We do it all on our own. Is sprayed on, but that's hand done as well with an airbrush. See detailing, the washing, done by hand. Say Michigan labor, meaning me. The other big news is that these are PLA printers. They do the fiber thing. And there, man, just as I was congratulating myself on not doing a major screw up, get my finger in paint. I haven't done that in a while. At least if I catch it soon enough, I can wipe it off. Wow. It's badly done. People who are watching the stream can tell when it's getting near the end, as the error rate explodes. This is going. It looks like I'm going to have to go. Maybe I'll go. I have to decide whether to go a little bit longer today and try to finish these things up, or whether to just wait until Monday and finish them then. Thought I was really close to being able to finish up by 2. It looks like I am going to be short. Just that there's a lot of pieces. But what I don't want to do is start rushing in an effort to get something done just because the clock is ticking. Because I know that prevention is worth a pound of cure, especially as it comes to my painting. As we saw just before the break, where focus a little bit and started spreading paint everywhere. I think what I'm going to do is just keep looking at the outlining stuff. And what I might not be able to do today is fill in with a bigger brush, and that won't take terribly much time at all, but it's time that it looks like we're not going to have. I'm going to switch here in the last 10 minutes or so of the stream and do something different. I'm just going to keep doing same sort of thing and hopefully finish it. And then what we'll do on Monday, what we'll be doing on Monday is filling in all the spots, filling in these panels with the larger brush, and cleaning up and painting the mullions on the windows. Take a little time. I'll have to get out an X-Acto knife and maybe even a file. Cleaning up that's going to happen on those. Finishing this one panel here with the paint that's left. Put this little brush out. There's a little spots here. I think those are paint. I don't think I touched it there. I think those are some of those spots that didn't get painted in the beginning that I just can touch up with the wash. lightens up. You just wanted to cover up those little white spots. That kind of gums up on the top of the brush there. Do it clean enough. Yeah, one more blob of paint into the thing here. Into the palette. Pretty clearly getting near the end of the paint in here. Yeah, even with the paint bottle hanging upside down like that, there isn't much coming out. But even if I wanted to, I don't think there wouldn't be enough paint to fill it. Might not even be enough to do all the outlining. We will see. And see how far we can make it go. The last of these single straight walls. And what I'm going to do next is two curved walls. These have a fair amount of surface area, so I want to get those done. Got door frames that are left. May or may not finish those today, we'll see. Get the curved walls done. I can get enough paint out of here. Otherwise, we'll have the excitement of opening a new bottle of paint just to finish up what we started here. Take a break, yeah. Oh, look at this. I will be taking a break in about 10 minutes and picking up again on Monday. There's always this so close to being done, just one more thing, just one more thing, just one more thing, and the next thing you know, that one more thing is added like an hour. I've done that with tasks in the past. Okay. Unless I can squeeze a whole bunch more out of this little bottle. 2. I'm not getting anywhere. I'm just going to let this hang upside down and let it drain for a better part of the day. And there's some time left, and I want to get a little bit more done, so I'm going to actually stir up a new bottle. Curved walls here. These are pretty cool. These go together. I think a couple of door frames, but they're a little picky kind of things, because anyway, I'll show them to you in a bit. Fiddly, there's not much stucco on them. What there is small areas that takes more care than most of these to get done. So that might be a good thing to do at the beginning of a stream when everything is kind of fresh, especially the painter. Walls. I think I'm still capable of handling these, so we'll finish these up. Do a recap of what was done and what needs to be done. Well, I'll start to recap now. So we're finishing up these dungeon tiles. These are frame and stucco. A lot of them here that we're doing. And painting in the stucco part right now. And we won't finish today, but we'll finish on Monday. There are some little bits that special things that need to be done. There's some window pieces. There's 4 of them that have metallic mullions, X's basically. And those are going to require a good deal of cleaning up with an X-Acto knife on a file, because there's a lot of filaments from the printing process formed on those X's. That's one of the things we're going to do on Monday, is clean those up and paint them. And they can be painted right after they're cleaned up, of course, because they won't be. The thing is that there's a trapdoor piece, and I want to paint to the inside of the trapdoor flat black. It's one of those little touch-up detail kinds of things. It doesn't take very long. I just need to find the right paint. That usually takes the longest, is finding the right paint somewhere. It's out here somewhere. And just paint that square on the bottom of the floor. And then I've got 2 double and 2 single door frames to paint the stucco on. That will probably take as much time as almost the rest of it because they're a little fiddly. The areas are kind of small. A lot of attention, especially the single door frames. Otherwise, there's too much of a mess to touch up. So these, like you can see here, I've done a lot of it, and I've left the larger areas open. That'll be really quick on Monday. Just get a bigger brush out, squeeze out some paint, fill in the areas there. Easy, fairly straightforward thing to do. But there just isn't time to do that today, so I'm going to try to finish this other. Yeah, go a few minutes over to finish up the other round wall. Use up the paint that's in the palette at least. The thing for today, and that's a preview of what will be happening on Monday. We will be finishing up this set, and once these are done, I'm going to begin work on a cut stone dungeon set. And the cut stone is pretty cool. Interesting. Ended up using an interesting kind of color. Make the stone look cool. Instead of gray, we used a blue. And actually, it's a fairly light blue. But when we put a black or dark gray wash on it, it looks really good. Especially in the camera. Kinds of things. These down corners are taking a little longer than I thought, mainly because there's a lot of surface area. Okay, 10 until 2, we'll be finishing up these wooden stucco sets, doing some detail work on some windows and trapdoors and pieces, and getting paint on me. Yeah, the main part, doing some door frames. The door frames are pretty cool. So it's a little detail work and some not very detailed fill-in work. And then we'll be moving on to cut stone. There we'll be touching up the base coat, especially making sure that the gaps between the stones are filled in so that they don't flash white. Touching up the base coat, and then most of the time will be spent doing the accent bricks, the brown bricks that show up against the darker background brick. And there'll be like 4 given on a single wall, probably like 4 or 5 of those. You want enough to make it look interesting and not just monotonous, but not so many that it just starts to look like it's ragged. Pick out a pattern that looks pretty good, and then probably replicate that on most of the tiles. Rather than trying to do a random one on each one. Okay, so that's one round. We'll didn't get touched to begin with, or that rubbed off. So we'll finish this one, and it looks like we'll go over maybe about 10 minutes tops. Paint in the palette. So what'll happen is there'll be, of course, one drop short right at the end. Sometimes, and earlier today, it worked out fine with it was just a perfect amount of paint to finish what I was doing. On these bottom inside ones, I would to just go ahead and paint the whole thing in with a small brush, because it's just hard to get, even on the curved ones like this, it's hard to get the bigger brush in there without. As when this newer bottle is behaving, and it got near the bottom there, there wasn't that much solvent left, but it thickened up really fast, and then the paint doesn't spread quite as well. This is our last one now, so if we're going to do any more of these, we're going to have to order some more of this color. There was another one that I had opened last Friday. That was open and it started last Friday, but I thought for sure I had it, and then it disappeared. So maybe I'll find that between now and next Monday. I think we had 3 of these instead of just 2. Look for that third one. Fell on the floor and rolled underneath something. Oh, so now we'll just do the outside of this. That's the day. Just barely not enough paint to finish this. Let's get enough out of here to do this. I'm going to use the same palette. I don't need much. Tell how much it was because it was mainly a bubble. Take 10 minutes extra. It's going to take like 15, but at least I'll have this done instead of being like half done. There's some paint left in the palette, so I'm just going to use that to fill in these bottom panels. Like this one, and if there's enough, maybe on the other one too. I don't want to waste the paint. Just enough for like this. That's it. And of course, I got. Oh, I'm just going to slop paint on. So what I did is I slopped paint. I don't think there's enough to do the other one. We one of these. Okay, so I used up the paint. I got a couple of panels in. Yep, and we know what we need to do on Monday. One last thing I want to do is get this out again and touch up this spot there that is for some reason. And now I'm just going to clean the brushes here, and we'll be signing off. And we'll see you hopefully on Monday, when we will continue finishing the wooden stucco dungeon tile set and begin work on the cut stone set. Between now and then, buying the paper towels. go. More or less clean brush. Yeah, thanks for joining us today. And hopefully we will see you on Monday as we continue working on these sets. They're coming along really pretty well. Just a little slower than I thought I might be today. So, bye. Have a good weekend. Oh, yes, and don't forget to join us 2 o'clock for our Dice and Dungeons campaign, 2 o'clock on Sunday. See the stream. Join in the chat. Bye.